I'm already censored and we didn't even start the day. People in the back, I thought we are friends. Good morning again, or good afternoon, or good day. Also in Europe, the time just changed, so we are 1 hour behind Europe, in front of Europe right now. So good morning, afternoon for everyone, because people are looking online too. Yesterday we got some really nice screenshots for people staying at home, cozy up, looking at us. So hello everyone from there. We are starting the distributed talks, and I'm very happy to learn more about the next 30 years of transitioning processes. And what I loved about our speaker, Joran, is that he described learning about the idea of COIL and Interledger on a soccer field in Cape Town. Next time, let's not stay in a convention center and all go in a soccer field. Can we do that? Let's see how it's rolls. Welcome, Jay. Joran.
Thank you, Joanna. So grateful to be here. It's really moving to see all this momentum that is building and building year after year, and it's a slow train coming, and it is impacting the world all over. I want to talk about the future of transaction processing, the next 30 years of how we're going to process the transactions of everyday life. So every buy or sell, every profit or loss, every paycheck or bonus from the boss, every app we install, every swipe or tap in the mall, every message we send or the money we spend, these are all transactions. So whether you loan or whether you lend, transactions. Whether you build or buy, transactions. Every call you take, every move you make, every ticket for the train, or a seat on the plane, even the tax return you complete having saved every cash receipt, someone somewhere is sending something to someone somewhere else, and money is changing hands. So what happens when money changes hands? Transactions. So I want to talk about the future of transaction processing, and specifically the infrastructure we'll depend on to do that. The databases we'll need to record how much Andile paid Bongile, and when and for what. In other words, the who, what, when, where, why, how much of every transaction everywhere all the time, and how the world will process this information and store it in the transaction processing databases of the future. Of course, disclaimer, the hard part about the future is that it hasn't happened yet. So we're going to have to predict it. Because if you're running a bank and you're processing transactions, or you founded a fintech and you're processing transactions, you have to understand where these things are going. As Nassim Nicholas Taleb once said, prediction, not narration, is the real test of our understanding. So how can we predict the future to see what our transaction databases will at least look like? The minimum requirements. Alan Kay, the jazz guitarist, computer scientist, and inventor of the Windows interface, said that the best way to predict the future is to invent it. Which begs the question, well, how do we invent the future? To which that greater inventor, Thomas Edison, would reply, find out what the world needs. And here, when we look around at what the world needs, we discover that the world is becoming more transactional. So, for example, our energy sources are changing from coal to clean energy. As you move to solar, you see that the sun rises and sets, and the price of energy changes. So it's cheaper when the sun is hot, maybe more expensive at night. So if your smart meter can transact energy every half an hour instead of once a month, it's literally valuable. You can actually arbitrage solar prices, which is just another way of saying supply and demand are now meeting more frequently, more efficiently. But if you want to do this, if you want to be clean, your infrastructure needs to handle 1,000 times more load as you switch from monthly pricing of energy to half-hourly pricing. So you see the same increase in the cloud. Our computing is changing. As we move from dedicated servers and monthly billing to serverless and per-second billing, you used to buy a server and then rent a server by the month, then by the minute, and now it's by the second, but who's counting? So we've looked at energy and computing, but if we turn to fintech, one of the most surprising things for me is not that the number of fintech startups doubled in the last 5 years. So they did, from 12,000 fintech startups to 29,000 in 5 years. But the surprising thing for me is that, according to Pricewaterhouse, the driving force behind this doubling was the growth in transactions around the world. The world is becoming more transactional. New businesses are sprouting up all over, and new foundations and new movements. And when we zoom in on this, we look to India, we see that the world is only going to get more transactional. So, for example, 7 years ago, India's instant payment system, UPI, processed 4 million transactions a month in 2017. 2 years later, that number had not doubled, it had not quadrupled, it hadn't even 10x'd. It was up more than 100x or 600 million transactions a month, 2 years later, year of 2019. So I almost don't want to tell you what India is doing today, because having 100x'd in 2 years, India then 100x'd again, going from 600 million transactions a month to 12 billion transactions a month, and these volumes are going to triple again. So that's not a typo. It's some serious transaction processing going on. And this is spreading. This is a wave. As we're seeing, this is moving to Mexico. It's moving to Africa. There's 29 instant payment systems, Costa, if I recall correctly from your slides this morning, on the continent of Africa. And there's more continents in the world than only Africa. You know, Africa is not the only continent. And so this is a wave that is spreading. The volumes are going to go through the roof. And the problem is there's almost no transaction database in the world that can handle a 10,000 times increase in load like that. So even if we ignore an autonomous future, let's ignore a future of AI. Everybody's talking about it. So let's ignore that. Let's ignore all the autonomous AI agents. They're going to multiply all our human interactions and transactions. Even if we ignore a future of AI, the point I want to make is that when you look around at what the world needs, in fact, the volume of transactions across several sectors has already increased 100 to 1,000 times, even 10,000 times in the past 7 years alone. And yet, the three most popular transaction databases today, Postgres, MySQL, SQLite, they are 20 to 30 years old. They were designed, they're phenomenal systems, phenomenal. I grew up with these as a developer. They're phenomenal. But they were designed for a different world and a different scale. There's a saying at Google that for every 10x increase in volume, you need a new design. And yet some of the newer cloud databases even, not open source, but they were designed more than 10 years ago, around 2012. Most of the cloud databases that we have today are actually 12 years old at this point. This was before the world became so much more transactional. So the other problem is that all these databases are used for transaction processing, yes, except they're really general purpose jack of all trade. So they don't actually process financial transactions out of the box. If you look at the Postgres documentation for why Postgres has transactions, they will say the canonical example is for Andile to pay, Bongani. And then they show how to do that with SQL. And it's clear that this is a very low-level primitive. It's not the language of financial transactions out of the box. So, for example, again, these databases, they speak the language of SQL. When you talk to them, and SQL is a great database language, so don't get me wrong. It's a great language for building apps. You can do anything with it, including financial transactions. But at heart, SQL is a query language. It was designed, in fact, primarily to get data out of a database for analytics. It's not actually, I think, the best way to get, the volume of transactions the world over into a database, which is what transaction processing is all about. So there's also tricky engineering work that you need to do around SQL. Thousands of lines of code if you want to write a core engine that your engineers, will still need to write and get right. The saying is that, you rewrite your ledger 3 times. And that's if you don't want to lose people's money. So if you're a fintech, you want to get up and running fast, you want to build people's clearinghouse, or you want to change the world, no such luck. You have to build all of this infrastructure. Or thankfully, we've got Rafiki now, which is providing this, and Mojaloop, which is providing this. But for many people, they're still reinventing financial transactions over their general purpose database. So you can't get up and running fast. Then when you do get up and running, you find that you can only run so fast. So Costa was wearing flip-flops today. I'm wearing running shoes because I'm not a very fast runner, but these do have good colors. The point, though, is that when you do get up and running, you can only run so fast. As your business grows, your database typically starts to hit the wall at around 1,000 transactions per second. That's sort of the theoretical limit often. 1,000, maybe 2,000 a second, maybe 5,000 a second, cutting corners. That's usually the limit. We call it the 1K club with these general purpose engines. So if you want to keep up, if you want to go beyond 1,000 a second, existing infrastructure starts to become expensive. So it's no longer cost effective. It's hard to even make it work. For example, if you're a digital bank, you might find that 80% of your cloud bill, this is what we hear, 80% of your cloud bill is going to go to your transactions database. The cost is approaching the asymptote because your engineers will have to push it past the limits of what it was designed to do. Makes sense. These optimizations are not only going to distract your engineers, from building reporting, building product, they're also going to make your infrastructure complex and expensive. So it takes time and error to get the system up and running before you find out, as we all do, that it doesn't run very fast or it costs a fortune. And then one day, it all goes down. So the lights go out, the database falls over, and there's no automated mechanism to restore operations. And that's because these databases from 20 to 30 years ago, they often only run on one machine. So they don't have what is called in computer science a consensus protocol. It's not built in. So they don't have the safe mechanism to enable them to run automatically across multiple machines, across multiple data centers. So Google was famous for this. They said, we're going to make a data center the computer. These old databases that we all use in open source, they can't do this. You can't just take 3 data centers and make it look like one database. No, you only have one machine, and if that goes, it goes. And then there's maybe backups, but there's still data loss as you fail over. It's error prone, it's manual, it's 2 a.m. So they're not highly available, not 24/7. And instant payments very much are. But the other problem is they're actually just not highly reliable. So they're pretty reliable. And of course, the principle is that, like Stefan said yesterday, you want end-to-end reliability, yes. But for the databases that store these transactions, ultimately the record of that does need durability. And here, existing 20 to 30-year-old engines are actually not as reliable or durable as they could be. So for example, they're not fault tolerant to hardware failure. Most databases, they will write transactions to disk to keep them durable. The saying is that if you're doing computing, never put something in memory because it might not be there when you wake up. So you don't trust your memory, you write it to disk if you want durability. And then these databases, they assume that the disk never fails. So disks are perfect. However, in the last 10 to 20 years of computing, since these databases were designed, there's been research into how disks fail and what happens, to these databases when the failures inevitably occur. So, of course, when a database that's processing, storing financial transactions is destroyed, it's like losing a bank vault with money inside. It's literally people's money. But even if you're a database vendor and you know of these findings, the research is foundational, so it's hard to retrofit. You have to redesign everything to fix these things properly. So popular transaction databases, 20 to 30 years old, general purpose, not built for purpose. They take time to get up and running to process financial transactions. Then they don't run fast enough or they're expensive. It's a perfect storm. In the last 7 years, like we saw, the world became more transactional. And the research around how to maximize availability 24/7, maximize durability, to get the most out of your hardware for cost efficiency, this research was only published, in fact, in the last 6 years, in 2018. So yet most transaction databases today, they were designed more than 10 years ago. So they missed both boats, the problem of scale and the problem of reliability. So it's like the story of the car manufacturer. They invested in a new combustion engine only to discover that the world had gone electric. So how can we invent the future then to predict it, given what the world needs? So there's a need, I think, and this is prediction number one, for transaction databases of the future to be well researched, because existing 20 to 30-year-old databases, they tried and tested, yes. The irony is the researchers know exactly how they fail and how badly. And we know where new designs can just do better. So we've had decades of research that can go into future designs. Second prediction, transaction databases of the future are going to be transaction databases. So they're going to specialize for that. Just as we had analytics databases specializing for analytics workloads, spinning out of general purpose databases, I think the same is true for transactions. We're going to have, out of the general purpose landscape, we're going to have specialization on the other side with transaction processing. So databases of the future for transactions will specialize. They're going to specialize for that. They're going to speak debit, credit. You know, the language of business around the world is double entry accounting. They're not going to speak COBOL. So you don't want, your engineers to have to spend time on reinventing double entry accounting over general purpose databases to make them speak debit, credit. Next generation wants financial consistency, financial acid out of the box. They want to get in and drive and get to market. If you have an important project, you need these things very quickly. And the longer we wait, if we wait a year, we wait 2 years, time compounds. It's so important that we get these things to people as quickly as we can to serve the market. So we need to drive 1,000 times faster. The world is becoming more transactional, and that's at a minimum. These are the minimum requirements. We already have a problem. So in other words, prediction number 3 then is we're going to expect to move from designs targeting 1,000 transactions a second, 1,000 debit credits, to 1 million debit credit transactions per second in future. How are our systems going to adapt to deliver this kind of performance? So I think the answer again, specialization, lean, mean machine, pure performance. Performance is often what you don't do, the restraint, the simplicity. If you have Formula One performance like this, prediction number 4 then is that you can trade performance for cost efficiency. So that's why performance is so important, even if you don't have scale, because you can always trade performance for cost efficiency, cheaper payments. So you can replace 200 database machines with 6. You can simplify your infrastructure, and you can begin to serve, I think this is the most exciting part, you can begin to serve new use cases that weren't possible before, like Interledger, packetization, that you just couldn't serve before. Now we can do this. So I think humans are pretty good at swimming, but dolphins are specialized. They make it look effortless, fun. There's new kinds of swimming you can do through the water, in the air. It's beautiful. This is the beauty of specialization. Hard things become easy. So I think, if we're saying packetization is hard, it actually isn't. We just need new transaction infrastructure to power that. And then it's easy, just like the rest of the internet today is easy. If your system is that much faster, that much cheaper to operate, you can do things that before felt impossible. So for example, regulators have recognized the systemic risks of banks running only on a single cloud provider. If all the banks, say in Switzerland, were to do that, then a single AWS outage could halt the economy. This is becoming a systemic risk. So there's a saying, if you want to hedge against the risk that your entire cloud account might be accidentally deleted by your cloud provider, it actually has happened. You have 2 options. So you can either walk into Lloyd's and buy some mega cat insurance, or you start running your transaction processing across multiple cloud providers, fault tolerance. But today that's not easy because the performance can't keep up. So this is prediction number 5. What if transaction performance was so excessively good that we can just run multi-cloud all the time, 24/7 by default without thinking. So we make the cloud providers the commodity they were supposed to be. And this is also moving, the category of disaster recovery and just making it the default. We always run multi-cloud. Why must we fail over to another cloud? We should just always be running multi-cloud by default. With performance, you can do that. Penultimate prediction, we're coming into land. Prediction number 6, one more to go, but prediction number 6 is that transaction databases of the future, because they're going to process more volume, they're going to need to be that much more mission critical. Actually, it's not good enough to be as safe as databases of the past. We need to be at least 10 times safer. There's so much we can bring in. The safety standards that are going to be used in designing these systems, they're going to need to be space grade, literally, for tight tolerances, not only 1,000 times faster, 10 times safer. So perhaps these predictions, in the light of these needs, seem obvious. Nobody wants slower, buggier transaction processing. Future's getting faster, better, safer. How can we bring this future forward? And I love this quote by William Gibson. He said that, in fact, future's already here, just not evenly distributed. So people are already thinking about these things. At least this was our experience and delight, not only consulting on the Mojo-Loop Central Bank Switch 2020, also being part of the Interledger effort. So we had these needs. We asked ourselves the question, how can we stand on the shoulders of giants, take some of the great transaction processing research of the last 10, 12 years, example from MIT, University of Wisconsin-Madison, terrific research coming out of these places in the last 20 years. And also from the high-frequency trading world, as recently as 2020, phenomenal new designs. How can we take all of this and blend this into a new design for the future? So we went and did this to invent the future, at least as we saw it, by developing a financial transactions database called Tiger Beetle, redesigned the whole database, rewrote every line of code from the ground up. We found that if you streamline and specialize, you can optimize. So you can break past the 1,000 transactions a second speed barrier, just break right through it, start to go from 100,000 a second to 1 million transactions a second. You can trade this performance for cost efficiency. For example, you can spin up a Tiger Beetle cluster. We've done this. Send in 100 billion transactions. It's a little bit more than India's monthly volume. Just send in 100 billion, process these in 10 days on your laptop, hardware that costs $300, for that time period. If you can have this kind of performance, things like running multi-cloud, again, they move from the category of disaster recovery, from something you do sometimes when you absolutely have to, they become routine, your default expectations. So above all, we focused on fault tolerance. We enforced NASA's Power of 10 rules for safety critical code. The idea is you want to give the operator a guarantee that the system is either running correctly or it shuts down safely. And there's more than 6,000 little safety tripwires in Tiger Beetle to detect. There's code also to detect when the system's not operating correctly, which is quite unusual to see this in software. Not only the positive business logic, but the negative space of what you don't expect and being able to shut down. More than 6,000 of these safety checks in Tiger Beetle. So next, it's one thing for a distributed database to make real-time backups. Hardly any systems ever have the database testing those backups. So Tiger Beetle is constantly testing the multi-cloud real-time backups it's making, and it's also automatically repairing them. Anything of disk corruption comes in, something gets tampered with, Tiger Beetle detects it, repairs it. So on top of this, we used a new testing technique to run Tiger Beetle in the equivalent of a flight simulator. So this will simulate millions upon millions of rare failure scenarios 24/7 and test that they are all handled perfectly. Network faults, process faults, machines crash, disks corrupt, clocks get out of sync. This simulator simulates all of this. We've invested in 1,000 CPU cores dedicated. They run 24/7 with these simulators. They speed up time by a factor of 700x in the simulated world, like Interstellar. You go faster on some planets than others. In the simulated world, 700 times faster, roughly. running these simulated worlds across 1,000 dedicated CPU cores. Every second, close to 1 million seconds of simulated test time. Every day is close to 2 millennia. This is just, it's so much easier actually because you've just got new techniques. It's all in the research. We can stand on the shoulders of giants who've done this before. It's nothing special actually, but it's so, so different from how databases of the past were designed, built, and tested. This is testing, it's like autonomous testing. Finally though, this is what I'm most excited about. This is the ultimate prediction, I think, of where the future of transaction processing is going. So prediction number 7. Can anybody guess what it is? Oh, I should have put that in. How do we achieve that? What is so important about this kind of infrastructure? What does it need to be? Open source. Prediction number 7, it's going to be open source. Whether it's Tiger Beetle or whatever it is, I think it has to be open source. This is what we've done with Tiger Beetle. We left the copyright, of a lot of the contracting work on this. We just left it when the company was created, so that we have a very strong incentive. We actually can't relicense. We don't make people sign CLAs or anything like that, because open source we see as orthogonal, to the business that makes the open source sustainable. This kind of technology, we believe, is simply too valuable. It's too valuable not to be open source. Especially if it's going to power Interledger and the next 30 years of transaction processing. So thank you all for predicting it with me. Let's cheers to that future.
Questions? Yes. Just saying we should add the prediction about my Interledger card. If I, again, 021, if you want to test it, if it goes there. Okay. Good? Go ahead, Stefan.
Hello. So we heard this morning from Costa about, sorry, maybe it was in the Rafiki demo, I can't remember, but it was about horizontal scaling. So you were talking about performance, you're going from 1,000 to 1 million. Can you talk a little bit about, is it possible to horizontally scale financial transactions? Is that something that's part of your goals? And is there any limit, anything where we hit a hard ceiling in terms of scalability?
Yes. Okay. Great question. This is actually the heart of what makes a transaction database so difficult to build. This is at the heart of why you can't use a general purpose database. The answer is, think of the stock market. 90% of trades, there's a power law. 90% of trades, people are buying NVIDIA. That's one row in the database. You can't take that NVIDIA row and split it across machines horizontally. I mean, you can. You can give up on strict serializability, so you can, break that NVIDIA across. You can then invest in very expensive reconciliation to try and fix up. So you didn't have the transaction processing. You assumed you had to go horizontal. You didn't have, with existing databases, you don't have the performance. So what can we do? We can't go vertical. Can we go horizontal? The problem is NVIDIA can't. That's one row. If you try to split that up, it's very expensive. The second order effects of all the reconciliation that you have to do, it's like a nightmare. The amazing thing is that if you have the performance, you don't need the complexity of 200 machines. You can replace that with a cluster of one Tiger Beetle. Let me explain why. So we call this a Tiger Beetle. We call this diagonal scaling. And the idea is to realize that computing, there's actually 4 primary colors. Anyone guess what they are? Network, storage, memory, CPU. So if you assume that these 4 resources are coupled, and you can scale them all horizontally, I think that's a mistake. That was sort of 10, 15 years ago. What you see today in the architectures in the cloud is called the disaggregation of compute and storage. It's the recognition that compute is still mostly following Moore's law. It's an exponential resource. Storage, on the other hand, is pretty much linear. So is network bandwidth. So these are actually 4 primary colors, and you scale them differently. You don't want to couple them all and, and paint the same color in one brushstroke. So we call it diagonal scaling. So actually you want both. You want horizontal scaling of your large data set as it cools. You connect that into object storage like S3. You keep petabytes of data, cold. That's perfect. That's horizontal scaling. And yes, we need that very much as transaction volumes increase. We're going to need to store 10 years worth of transactions at India scale. That's a lot of object storage. That's horizontal for sure. No machine can handle that. But on the other hand, CPUs scale exponentially. And with this problem of contention, everybody buying NVIDIA, this is actually a solved problem in the world of high-frequency trading. There, what they do is they scale the CPU vertically. And that is it really, you can't go faster than these physics. And that's what we do in Tiger Beetle. So we do both. We scale vertically for the contention. For example, you might be operating like a modular loop scheme. There are only 4 participants. It's kind of hard to scale horizontally if there are only 4 rows. So this is the hub problem. And really, I think the best way to do it is how they've solved it in HFT already. It's very easy to do 1 million a second, and that's pretty far ahead of India's needs for the next few decades, probably. So you don't need the complexity of coupling all your resources just to scale horizontally. Decouple, disaggregation of compute and storage. Thanks, Stefan. And I'm guessing you understood this because you've seen this all before. Yeah.
Johan, a question for you. First of all, kudos to what you do and your team. Incredible work getting to that scale, and I love the specialization. What about DLT, distributed ledgers? What's your take on that in your team? There is, we just talked about scalability and speed and so on, and DLT is intrinsically limited. So any thoughts on where DLT is going and whether Tiger Beetle may be helpful? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Costa. So I think Tiger Beetle is very, it's infrastructure, so it could be used in DLT as well as a store of value at each of the nodes in the network. As a company, we think very much what we've seen today so far is this word trust. So I actually think, a lot of transaction processing really does come down to trust. And as people can trust a scheme, you can have financial inclusion. Because now you don't only have the big players that only trust each other. They start to trust the scheme, and all the small players can also join the scheme. And the scheme will facilitate trust, and you can use cryptography. And so I do think we shouldn't go to the extreme. I think all these technologies are useful, but we shouldn't go to the extreme of eliminating trust, because that is very, very, very expensive. It's very costly to eliminate trust. I think trust will always be part of the fabric of society, and that is, I think, what will enable a large part of inclusion is trust in these protocols, in these systems, also in the technology, in the cryptography. And I think we need both. What's very interesting also, I think, where I've seen where people are using a centralized database that they trust, it's their internal operations, but they're also copying, like, Tiger Beetle actually does, we call it internally, we kind of hash chain the log of all transactions. We have a hash chain inside Tiger Beetle. But what you could do is you could take that hash, go and store that in a ledger. And now you have something incredibly powerful because you're bringing both worlds together. It's not either or, but it's both. You can have a very strong, point in time saying, my Tiger Beetle cluster at this point, I had this cryptographic state. Store a pointer to that in DLT. And now you can decouple Tiger Beetle data plane, DLT for control plane. So many things I think we can still imagine, and love to talk more. Yeah.
Great. Thank you so much. And if there are more questions, I see here some lovely people wearing the T-shirt. More than happy to take some of them in the breaks.
Yeah.
Or not. Yes. Thank you so much.
Thanks, everyone.
So we read a bit into the future, and I want to mention that I did appreciate all the rhymes there. I think I should improve my skill in here. I'm seeing next time I'll just do rhymes like this.
Did you catch the song?
Of course, yes. And it was also a few days in the US, no? Everybody's rhyming them. I need to step up my game. We learned a lot about the future, the predictions. I think we can do a bit of deep dive to see how we're going to do this, especially because we have so many people traveling all around the world. We are here in South Africa for so many, many countries. So I do invite Michael Riches to tell us more about the cross-border payments and the standards around them.
Thanks very much. So we spent half an hour pleasantly thinking about the future, but I'm here to think about the present and how much the present is still like the past. I want to talk about the things at a much higher level than most of the things we've talked about this week so far. We've mostly gone down to communications protocols, how we can make sure that transactions are secure, all of those kinds of things. It's low-level stuff, but I want to move up a bit and consider some of the problems that we're having to confront at the moment in implementing instant payment systems, particularly instant payment systems that cross borders. Okay, so let me start. I'm the principal architect at the Mojaloop Foundation. My background is in software engineering, but about 15 years ago, I started to do things in the world of payments. So I'm by no means a payment expert. And this is, you must think of me as a kind of wide-eyed explorer of the world of payments, looking around and saying, oh my goodness, do they do things like that? Why do they do that? But I'm going to share those thoughts with you now. So let me talk first of all about the Mojaloop Foundation. The Mojaloop Foundation is a non-profit organization originally supported by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. And it's based on the principles developed in a project with which Costa was intimately involved, the Level 1 project. And the Level 1 project was designed to say, in general, what are the characteristics that a financial system should have if it's meant to help primarily poor people? And it wound up with a series of principles, a series of learnings from existing financial systems for the poor, and a series of, I'm going to call them hints, suggestions as to what sorts of things people might want to consider when they were implementing payment systems for helping the poor. So what the Mojaloop Foundation does is it provides software tools and support for people who want to implement inclusive instant payment systems. Like all right-thinking people, we produce open source software. Anyone can download it and make whatever changes they want to it. And our view on open source and financial systems, going back to a point that was made in the main session this morning, is that the more eyes there are on a piece of code, the more likely it is to be secure. We think that a wide community of people looking at code and trying to find things wrong with it gives you a much better answer than a small team in a commercial product whose job may be to discover problems, but they are only a small team. So our view is the wider the better. And we also provide support for people who are implementing inclusive payment systems. That includes helping them design the way in which their payment system is going to work, helping them to implement it. And one of the things we discovered very quickly in this environment is that the technical side of payment systems is really not too much of a problem. I mean, there are problems associated with it, but it's not the technical side that's the problem. The problem is the financial community, the regulators, the existing financial institutions, all of those people, getting them to understand what needs to happen and, worse still, to make informed decisions about exactly how they want to do these things is the most difficult part. We are currently engaged in developing a system for COMESA, which is a regional group of countries in Africa. Goes all the way from Tunisia in the north down to Eswatini in the south. And there are 21 countries in this union. And that essentially means that we have 21 regulators that we have to get to agree on certain key points about the system. So that's an important part of the work we do. And we're also part of the Digital Public Goods Initiative. We think that payment interconnection systems, such as we provide, are a fundamental building block for making sure that other systems, health systems, education systems, all of those kinds of things, can reliably make and receive payments for everybody in a given jurisdiction. So that's what we do. Now, I want to look at two aspects of international payments in this talk. The first of them is what I'm going to call the financial aspect. Now, let me think about how a Rafiki international payment might work. Let's suppose I've got a bank, doesn't matter where it is, and I want to send some money to my friend Julie, who is in Singapore. So my bank is denominated in sterling, Julie's bank is denominated in Singapore dollars. So the problem is, how do I get those funds? Well, I start off with a couple of intermediary banks through which the payment will travel. And the first thing I do is I pair with the intermediary bank 1, and I transfer in pounds through Rafiki from Ledger 1 in my bank to Ledger 1 in the Interledger bank. Now, what the intermediary bank can do is it can convert that payment to Singapore dollars, let's say. We'll get on to how that happens in a bit, but we assume for the moment that when the payment comes out of Ledger 2 at intermediary bank 1, it's denominated in Singapore dollars. It goes to intermediary bank 2 in Ledger 1, still in Singapore dollars. Oh, sorry. And finally, it gets to Julie's bank. And we'll see there are 3 Rafikis involved as intermediaries in that payment. The other important thing to note is that the Rafikis are always transacting in the same currency. If there's a currency conversion, it happens inside one of the banks. It's not immediately available to the Rafiki. Okay, so if we ask what happened here, I lost my money, my bank took it. Julie got her money, her bank's lost it. So Julie's bank paid her some money, she can walk out, go and spend it on something, it's gone. Everybody else just got a promise. Now, here's a promise, here's a promise, here's a promise. And what the Interledger protocol and the Rafiki that's built on top of that do is they make sure that these promises can be trusted, that these are real cryptographically enabled promises, and they provide evidence that one bank can go to another bank and say, you did make this promise, didn't you? You said you would. But that's not the same as actually doing it. So how are those promises kept? Well, either through a system that's trusted by both parties. Traditionally, this is what's called a real-time gross settlement system or a clearinghouse. And it's generally operated, though not always, by the central bank of a jurisdiction or a region to which both the parties belong. Could also be a distributed ledger, which is trusted by both parties. Could be a stable coin or something like that. Or through a bilateral relationship between 2 institutions who trust each other. It's called a correspondent relationship or correspondent banking. And the Interledger protocol sits somewhere, I think, between those 2. So it manages the relationship between 2 different representations of what is effectively the same ledger, rather like a correspondent relationship. But it also specifies that both of the parties to an interledger payment should have agreed on a settlement model which they both trust. Now, you'll notice that I'm using the word trust a lot here. And the financial world is built on trust. And one of the activities that I think we're engaged in here is saying, how can we schematize trust? How can we convert trust between institutions and between people into something which is verifiable? So, what happens in the system trusted by both parties, real-time gross settlement or whatever it might be, is that money is transferred in that system, and both of the parties regard that as equivalent to either having or losing their money. They don't have to regard it as that, but if the system is to work, then that's what they have to say. Now, the problem is that there are no roses, at least in the world of finance, without thorns. And if you're a real-time gross settlement system or a clearinghouse, these are typically designed for high-value, low-volume payments. They're designed for banks transferring funds between each other, which are netted out at the end of day. And typically, as I say, they will be large sums, and there won't be that many of them. Now, as you know, all of the systems that we're talking about, that Joran's just been talking about, are low-value, high-volume systems. So they are inherently unsuitable for clearinghouses or real-time gross settlement systems, at least as they are at present constituted. Per transfer fees tend to be high, and that's okay because for high-volume payments, they don't form a great proportion of the payment. But as you can imagine, for a low-value payment, having a transaction which costs a lot of money, or even a medium amount of money, is no good at all. And availability is typically low. Now, most real-time gross settlement systems in the areas that we're interested in Africa, in South America, those places, the real-time gross settlement systems keep banking hours. They come online at 9 o'clock in the morning, they go off typically about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and they definitely don't work weekends and public holidays. So if you imagine a real-time payment system which is running 24/7, it may well be 3 days. So a payment that's actually made, let's say Friday afternoon at 4:15, won't be settled until Monday morning at 9 o'clock, which is a problem. The DLT, the problem here is that you need to be readily converting between the DLT ledgers and the fiat currencies. Sorry, fiat is just a word for money. But people in the finance world like to talk about fiat currencies. It kind of sounds cool, don't you think? Anyway, the problem here is if I've got a stable coin or any form of blockchain-related currency, at some point, unless everybody is using it, I've got to convert that to a real currency. It might be Malawian kwacha or whatever it might be. And that means I've got to find someone who is prepared to buy those coins and give me Malawian kwacha. So the problem hasn't gone away if you're using a blockchain. Correspondent banking, on the other hand, it's a private arrangement between banks, and therefore, how could the interests of consumers possibly not be served? Costs are unregulated, typically, and they're frequently very high. They're designed like RTGSs for high-value, low-volume payments, because that's where the money is. And exchange rates are high outside highly traded corridors. Now, by highly traded corridors, I mean, if you want to get a quote for converting US dollars to euros, or euros to GB pounds, no problem. If you want to get a quote for converting from, I don't know, Egyptian pounds to Zambian kwacha, that's a problem. Because somewhere, somehow, you've got to find people who will sell or buy those currencies, and there aren't that many of them. So exchange rates are typically high. And the availability of correspondent banking, again, may be low because it depends on when those banks are actually working and their systems are available, that the payments can actually be processed. So, our conclusion, well, I'm going to say my conclusion is DLT methods are potentially useful, but really they're useful in a context which doesn't yet exist. A DLT is really useful if everybody accepts it as a currency, if the end users accept it as a currency. Now, you'll have heard obliquely, I think, from a number of people who talked yesterday and today, that one of the problems that we have when we're trying to include people financially is that people are conservative in relation to their finances. This is partly because for poor people, finances are very much more important than they are for us. We heard people saying in Costa's talk, in the questions after Costa's talk, they've been scammed. And it's happened to everybody, I think. And most of us, most times, we say, won't make that mistake again, and we pick up ourselves and go on our merry way. But for the poor, that can be the difference between keeping their heads above water and going under financially. So they are very conservative. And one of the problems that we have is convincing people that a digital payment system is as reliable as cash, which they're used to. That's our competition. Now we have to convince them of that, and we have ways of doing that. We're developing ways of doing that, but they are not yet very advanced. And therefore there are problems with take-up in payment systems for the poor. You can imagine those problems being multiplied by a large amount if you want to persuade people to use a DLT, a stable coin, or something like that. So they say, digital payments, well, I kind of understand that because it kind of represents cash. But a blockchain, a stable coin or something, is very hard to understand. It's very hard for me to understand. So there's a problem there. The chances of our getting people to accept a stable coin instead of a fiat currency are, I think, reasonably low. We think of cash as being something which is acceptable everywhere. We forget that that's quite a recent thing. If you look at the history of paper money, then 150 years ago, there were directories published of all of the different banknotes that you could get in all of the different issues, and against each one was said what kind of a discount you should apply if someone offers you this bill. So if you offered a $20 bill to someone in, let's say, 1850s New York, they would look at it and say, I'll give you $15 for that, or I'll give you $10 for that, or that isn't worth anything at all. And everybody had to know about that in order for cash to work. It took a long time and a lot of effort for people to start to trust cash. We kind of I tended to think, that it was always like that. People always just trusted cash, but it wasn't. It's a historical process, and that trust had to be built. And we are going to have to build that trust. We have to build that trust in relation to digital payments, and still more if we want people to use something like a stable coin, which is not the currency of their country. So traditional methods then, they're expensive per transfer. They're unavailable for significant periods. What's the solution? Well, what everybody does is we sum up all the obligations and settle them in a block. We say, okay, all of the transfers that happen between, let's say, 4 o'clock Friday and 9 o'clock Monday morning, we'll sum them all up, net them out, and then we'll just settle those on the Monday morning. And that's the way in which most payment systems work. It's called deferred net settlement. Now, the problem with that is the problem of time. Now, in a single currency payment, participants will need to provide working capital, at least they will in the modular system, pardon me, in a modular loop system, we insist that people pre-fund their transfers so that we can guarantee that they will be able to settle them when it comes round to it. And obviously, the more transactions are there, the more working capital, which is what the liquidity is, they will need to provide. And that's particularly problematic if, in some cases, they might have to wait 3 or 4 days. In the rest of the time, they only have to wait a day. The quicker we can settle, the more often we can settle, the less working capital. And this becomes a major problem in a multi-currency payment because exchange rates can change over time. Now, I would be the last person to say that having exchange rates the subject of speculation by financial institutions is a bad thing, but it is a very bad thing. Essentially, it means that people in the financial community are constantly making bets about what's going to happen about currencies. And that means that currencies go up and down. You can see that. If you look at exchange rates in WISE or whatever banking system you use, all the time over the course of a day, the exchange rate is changing, not by much, but it's changing. And there are some cases in less traded currencies pardon me, where exchange rates can change by a great deal. I noticed one particular case where the Bank of Egypt's exchange rate changed by 40% in one day. So this is a problem. Now, if people are going to use a system, then you've got to offer them a competitive exchange rate when the payment is made. If they can't get a competitive exchange rate, they'll go to a money changer, they'll go to some other way of getting those funds. But the problem is that the funds are required when the net liability is settled. Now, with pre-funding, that means that when people do the pre-funding, they will buy that currency at a particular rate. When they come to pay it, then that rate may have changed. And this is called exchange rate risk. And it's a major problem for cross-border payments. Now, one of the great happinesses of PCH is that they have a St. Christopher who can carry the miraculous child, PCH, safely across the river of currency flows. And that's called Directo a Mexico. There is a channel between pardon me, the US Central Bank and the Mexican Central Bank, which offers a guaranteed exchange rate. Fantastic. So there is no currency conversion problem in there. But for almost all, there are. The US Fed used to have a number of these channels, but they've been shutting them down recently. And almost everywhere else in the world, there are no such channels. No one will guarantee the exchange rate. So someone, somewhere, has to bear that risk. And this is true for DLT solutions as well as fiat solutions, as long as the funds are eventually spent in fiat. At some point, they need to be converted. And the problem with settlement is that settlement happens at a particular time, and therefore, you have to be able to settle at that time. You can't wait for a more advantageous exchange rate. People want their money. So, who might take an exchange risk? Well, commercial banks might, and this is how things work now. But costs are very high for developing economies, and commercial banks frequently say they're not interested in small payments. So, there are lots of corridors in the world where you really can't get commercial banks to take on the exchange risk. It's not just the exchange risk, but so, central banks, well, the problem with central banks is that their operating rules typically say they can't take risks, which is a bit of a problem for currency conversion. And we certainly, in the COMESA system that I talked about earlier, we tried to persuade the central banks to manage the currency conversion. And they said, oh, no, sorry, our statutes don't allow it. Foreign exchange traders, maybe. But their business model is about avoiding risk, except where they see profit in it. So they will be expensive, and the more difficult the currency conversion, the more expensive they're going to be. And those are the poor countries where we can least afford to impose high cost burdens on people. In the end, it's the customer who bears the cost, one way or another, except central banks. If central banks did it, the customer wouldn't have to pay the cost. But in all of the other models, it's the customer who pays. And as usual, the poorest customers pay the most. So we need to do something about this, or we need to try to do something about it. So, there are two models, I think, for settling currency conversion that remove exchange rate risk for the poor. The first is that for some third party, like a central bank, to assume the risk. As we've said, there are legislative reasons why that's difficult, but nevertheless, it might be that that's a way that we could go forward. The other one is for each conversion to be settled immediately it's executed. Now, in the financial world, this is called real-time gross settlement. So it means every transfer is settled as soon as it's executed. In the long term, I think that only the second of these is viable for financial inclusive systems. And that means that we need a settlement method which is available 24/7, cheap enough to meet the G20 requirements for cross-border payments, and you've got to remember that this has got to be at the packet level, because if we're packetizing our payments, we're going to have to settle each one as it happens. We may have to. So, that's an introduction to cross-border payments and settlement and exchange rate risks. I want now to think about the legal aspects of international payments, which are also problematic. Oh, I'm going to move fast. So, legal requirements for a cross-border payment are that you must reliably identify the parties to the payment. That is, the person who's making the payment and the person who's going to benefit from the payment. Why do we do this? Well, we need to confirm that these are not bad people, because we don't want them using our financial systems, do we? Now, who needs to do this? The answer is every institution which participates in a payment. So thinking back to that model of the payment that we looked at before, that means all four of those institutions, at least in principle, need to make this check. They need to verify for themselves that the people who are making the payment are are people who can legitimately either send or receive that money. And that means, as I say, every interledger transfer for an international payment. You might ask, how is an interledger payment identified as an international payment? And my answer is that I don't think there's an obvious way of doing that at the moment. But we'll leave that aside for the moment. So how do people evaluate? How do institutions evaluate parties? There's a general statement of requirements, which is produced, you may have heard it mentioned a couple of times, by the Financial Action Task Force, FATF. They produce a series of recommendations for what information should be required in order properly to evaluate whether someone should or should not be able to receive or make a payment. It's produced by an international body, which is good. It defines content, not structure. So there are no standards for API definitions, for message definitions, or anything like that. It just says you should have something like an address. Now, obviously, in order for two institutions to communicate with each other, they need to have a shared definition of what an address is and what it looks like. But FATF doesn't provide that. And there are also, you might think that people would say, well, there's a size of payment, which might be an interledger packet, below which, limit, below which you don't have to do this because the payment is not large enough to require it. Now, there is some talk about this in the FATF regulations, but it's not, A, it's not properly defined, and B, it says people decide to apply this lower limit or not as they please. Also, the lower limit is very high, actually. But anyway, so when you send a payment through multiple parties, you have no way of telling in advance which parties will require which bits of information, or indeed whether they will evaluate the people at all. So it's an area of great uncertainty. Each participant is evaluated then by their local regulator, and of course regulatory requirements may differ. Some regulators may require a date of birth, others may not. So there's no consistency between regulators, and as far as I'm aware, no effort to arrive at a global standard between regulators for payments. And penalties can be very significant. Typically, of course, for small payments, they're not, but paying people you should not pay can attract a very large fine, and in some cases jail. So it's probably worth saying that parties have an incentive to fail payments, which is not good news for the poor. So information, generally speaking, about the parties is contained in the message payload itself, and it needs to be in a form which can be processed by every participant. That's a problem because, as you're aware, if you think about interledger payments and those kinds of things, they will be passing through all sorts of institutions. Same is true for module loop payments. And if you're concluding personal information about the people who are making the payments, such as their address, their date of birth, their full name, those sorts of things, then there is often a very significant conflict with the rules about data privacy and data sovereignty. Not only that, it places a very heavy burden on small and informal institutions who may be getting paid by people and therefore storing information about people from jurisdictions where privacy laws are extremely, privacy laws are extremely detailed, let's say, and where the requirements to keep personal information safe are imposed on anybody who receives that information. So at least in principle, you can imagine a small credit union in Angola being prosecuted because they don't take proper care of information about a payment from someone in France. So that's a problem. We need to have a standard form. Now, there are standards, and the best known standard, I think, is one that's called ISO 20022. The International Standards Organization has a set of definitions of messages for all kinds of financial activities. So that includes payments, securities, large-scale foreign exchange trades, all of those kinds of things. It's a standard which was developed by international banks, and therefore, as you can imagine, it really helps international banks, but is not so good for us. We took a decision in the Module Loop Foundation about 3 years ago, something like that, that we need to engage with this. It's more and more clear that people who are implementing payment systems, and regulators who are implementing payment systems in particular, want to insist that those payment systems use ISO 20022 messaging, which may or may not be a good idea, but they're definitely doing it. And there are institutions like the World Bank who will not provide funds for the implementation of systems unless those systems use ISO 20022. So the Module Loop Foundation joined the International Standards Organization, well, the ISO 20022, and since then we've been pushing for the extension of the standard to include the things that we think are necessary to provide a proper, inclusive payment system set of messages. It's also problematic because those messages are currently defined as XML documents, though there is an initiative going on in the ISO organization at the moment to provide a JSON version automatically. There's an underlying data dictionary with a tool which converts that into an XML definition. There's work going on at the moment to provide a similar tool to produce a JSON representation of a message. And there is also a group looking at API definitions. So they're kind of moving gradually in the right direction. But it's a slow process. I can tell you that the first time we made these proposals, the first 7 or 8 times we discussed them, everybody said, well, why would you want to do that? So we would explain why we wanted to do that, and then we would have another meeting after people had gone away to think about it, and the first question they ask is, well, why would you want to do that? But eventually, we got approval for the changes. So some of the changes, including, I'm happy to report, inclusion of the Interledger packet version 4 into ISO payment messages, will be coming out in the standard in spring of next year. You can also tell that this process is not a quick one. But we are engaged with it. And one of the things that I want to say is if anybody, particularly people who are representing payment systems, are interested in getting involved, the more we can go to the ISO organization and say, look, there are lots of people who want this, the better it is for us. So it's a long process, but we are succeeding. Watch this space. And that is really all I have to say, almost. So payments need to be identified as cross-border, and the DFSPs who receive payment execution messages need some way to understand whether the payment requires them to compliance check or not. And this needs to extend the ILP Rafiki standard, I think, because all DFSPs need to be able to process it. So if Rafiki messages are being processed by financial institutions, there will need to be some standard defined to say, here is how compliance information is represented. And cross-border payment messages need to include compliance information. The alternative would be for all Rafiki ILP messages to include compliance information in the standard form. And that may be required in any case, because there's no guarantee in advance, as you heard from Stefan's original presentation, no guarantee in advance which jurisdictions an ILP payment will go through. So what are we standardizing? Compliance information isn't used to demonstrate that people are who they say they are. That's often said like that, but I think that's not true. What it does is basically it exposes the account holding institution's evidence that this person can legally, or this entity I should say, because it could be a company, can legally participate in a payment. And for each intermediary who evaluates it, the evidence substitutes for trust in the institution which holds the entity's account. So what it's essentially saying is, if I were presented with this KYC with a customer, would I allow them to make this payment? Now, this works well where basically the intermediaries are of the same type and hold the same type of information about their customers. When the parties are very different, so for instance, when a customer of a bank in Europe or the US is sending funds to a customer in Togo, not so much. Is there an alternative? I'm going to say quickly. We assume that payments can only be routed between accounts which are held at regulated institutions, eventually. And the regulator of each regulated institution is discoverable by other regulated institutions. Now, when we say, where does the regulator derive its regulatory authority from? It's, generally speaking, a superior jurisdictional authority or an authoritative international body, as it might be FATF or whatever. And this is really surprisingly analogous to the derivation of authority in a public key infrastructure. So keys are issued by a certificate authority, and information about the certificate authority which issued the key forms part of the key. If the certificate authority derives from another certificate authority, then the derivation path can be ascertained, and eventually you can work back to a certificating authority which you trust. Then the certificate can be accepted in lieu of the evidence. If not, not. And that's all I have to say about the miracles of high finance. Does anyone have any questions? Is there time for questions even?
I would say no, but with all due respect, we have time outside, no? We can take questions outside in the break. Are
Well,
you
that's
around
true.
me?
I will make myself available.
If it's not too much to us. Thank you so much.
It's my pleasure.
I do want to say that I love all the calls to action, and I think our CTO's favorite word is not to join us or, contribute towards us. It's like more, help us build this together. Let's do this together. So I really felt the same encouragement in this talk to learn more and help together the standardization and everything. I think we are also ready to see, besides this legal stuff, the standards, the payments, the future, which is still bright, I think, I hope there, to learn how we can empower a different type of inclusion, the gender one. We didn't talk that much till now. We talked a lot about underprivileged groups of countries or representative of countries. But to learn more how we can help also gender imbalance, I do invite Maria to tell us more about it. Let's do a deep dive on that. Welcome.
Okay, so I love technology, and saying that at an Interledger Summit is like, duh, that's why we are all here, we all love technology. But I have seen firsthand how access to very simple technology at small platform and SMS campaign has transformed a community, right? So you find that something so small, something so simple has been introduced in a very rural community whereby even network is an issue. You need to have network boosters to have network there. But the impact it has had on said communities has been great. It has been big. It's transformative. The people who have had access to this technology have taken it to the next level, and they have transformed their communities. So I am Maria, and I work with Kanzo Code Limited from Uganda, and we digitize microfinance institutions, from SACCOs to VSLAs to banks, everything in between. As long as you're dealing in finance, we do that. And I serve under Kanzo Finance, which is the fintech arm of Kanzo Code. So our agenda is promoting, empowering, inclusion, empowerment, most especially for women. Last year, around 2 years ago, I was involved in a countrywide exercise to digitize SACCOs. Kanzo Code had just entered into a partnership with the biggest commercial bank in Uganda, which is Stanbic Bank. So Stanbic Bank, these days banks have realized that there's a lot of money floating around and it's not going through the banks. In Uganda, we have 48 million people, but there are only around 20 million bank accounts. Meaning that yet these other guys, they are informally unbanked. They are in VSLAs, they are in SACCOs. Some of them are even in more than one SACCO, more than 2 SACCOs, more than 3 SACCOs. SACCOs are saving cooperatives, yeah? So they are banking, they know how money works, they want to save, they get loans, but they are doing it informally. They have their records are in books. Every time they go to save, they take a book, and the manager will write in the book that, yes, you have saved this much. And then at the end of the year, they will tally up how much you have saved, how much you qualify for. And this is a problem, because if people are running around with cash, and the cash is under their beds, or some of them have even metal boxes where they share the copies of the keys. So I had heard about this, but I had not seen it firsthand. So during our digitization with Stanbic Bank, I had the opportunity to travel around the whole country in different regions and experience this firsthand. And I can tell you, it will blow your mind. Yeah, I went from Kalangala Islands. These are around 66 islands on Lake Victoria, where there are only 2 banks, and they are all located on the main island. But there is a lot of trade on those islands, a lot of money, fishing, transport, trade. But the people are keeping the money in cash. They don't even feel like banking, because by the time you move from one island to go to the main island to bank, that is around 4 hours round trip. And it's even expensive to get there. Imagine you're going to bank 1 million shillings and you're spending 50,000 shillings just to go and bank that money. It doesn't make sense, right? So these people decided to just keep the money in their boxes. And then in a different part of the country where you find, in northern Uganda, where you find a lot of trade, a lot of currency, a lot of cash, that the government has set up a currency center there. There's a lot of money. I walked into a market at 5 p.m., and there were groups and groups of people in every corner collecting money, putting in sacks. Collecting money, putting in sacks. It was the end of the day, and the traders would come to save what they have made that day, or to pay back the loan they took in the morning, and all this money was being collected in cash, put in sacks, and then kept in a room. And then on a random day, it would be taken to the bank. Yeah. So that issue there, it really blew my mind. But the most outstanding incident that sticks out in my mind was the circle I met in Eastern Uganda. This is where, talk about Fauzia. Fauzia was a young lady. She was, by the time I met her, I think she was around 22. But Fauzia grew up in a region called Bududa, and it has a lot of landslides and floods, and so, but she got married at 16. At 16, she was married. She had 3 kids, and by the time her last born was 5 months, her husband died. Her husband died in a landslide. So this is a young girl, 22, 3 kids, who has been a stay-at-home mom, who has not had any formal education. When she was younger, she worked in the fields. She was helping people in their fields. So she didn't have any kind of education. And when her husband, she relied on her husband 100% to provide for the home. When her husband died, she had nothing to do, nowhere to start, where to go. So she called her sister-in-law. Her sister-in-law lived around 20 kilometers from her in Kapchora. And she moved in with her sister-in-law. Sister-in-law said, you come, let us, try to make life work together. So she moved in there, and her sister helped her. Her sister-in-law housed her during that period, cared for the kids, and they even started farming together. The sister-in-law had a vegetable garden. So that's where Fauzia heard about a microloans program. The microloans, they were starting from $20. $20. They will give you $20. They will give you a mobile phone. They will teach you how to look up the prices of your produce in the market. Yeah? And that's all. So Fauzia used this $20 to rent a piece of land and to start growing cabbages. And when you paid back, your credit score would go up. So if you pay back the $20, next time they'll give you 30. When you brought back the 30, they'll give you 40. And that's how she grew. By the time I met her, she was eligible for $100. Yeah, and she had done a lot. Her garden had grown. She had her own home now. Her kids were in school. And this was a shock to me because I have grown up in the city. I know all about technology. This life, I hear about it, but truthfully speaking, I've never seen it. But you find that this person with just $20 and a mobile phone, and this mobile phone was limited. It could only make calls and send messages and check the price of the goods in the market. That's it, which speaks to simplicity. Less is more. The more you put in there, the more people are confused, the more they can't use the product, right? So she did all this. And when we went there to digitize them, they were so organized. So once these two sisters realized what they had done, they decided to bring in other fellow women. They formed a cooperative. And at that time, the cooperative itself would access financing. The money would come to the cooperative, not to the individuals, and then the cooperative would distribute that money to the individual members. And the cooperative acts as oversight. So you qualify for something, they have your back, and then you pay back, and then you take something else. If someone fails to pay, they cover you. They had this sort of social capital. Like if I know you, and you live right there next door, why shouldn't I give you some money, right? If I know you and you live next door, why am I seeing your kid at home while other kids are in school? No, come to the cooperative, get money, take your kid to school. So the cooperative itself gave the members accountability partners. They made sure everyone who took a loan paid it back. They made sure, and the products of how they were giving out the loans. If you looked at their books, you would think they are disorganized. But they tailored their products specifically to their members, right? For instance, they had different types of loan products. Yeah? Some of them were growing maize, which takes around 4 months. Some were growing vegetables, which take around 6 weeks. And others were cattle keepers, coffee. They designed products for each and every category, whereby if you're a vegetable grower, you would get that corresponding product, so that you're able to pay back within the season. Yeah? And if I'm a coffee farmer, my farming season is different from a cabbage season or a maize season. All of this was put under consideration. And also the fact that those mobile phones, they were doing only 3 things: call, message, and check the price of your goods in the market. And within 3 years, these guys had moved from where they were to that time when we met them. The impact they had done in the community: number one, they set up drainage channels. If I don't know if anyone knows Captura, but it's so hilly. There are so many hills, steep hills. Yeah, that is where most of the Olympic champions from Uganda and Kenya come from. That's where they train from, in the hills. So it is so hilly. Growing something there is really hard. First, they had to collectively develop drainage channels to protect their gardens. And since the land is for rent, there are controls. You can't plant this type of a tree on a land that you don't own. You can't dig anything deeper than this. You can't do this and this. But also, it is a small piece of land. Whatever you do on it affects your next neighbor, and the next neighbor, and the next neighbor. So in order to develop together, they work together. that the drainage channels will move from here. You will lose a meter of your land, and it will go to the drainage channels. And they all agreed, yes, let's all give up a meter of our land to cater for the drainage channels, so that when the rain comes, we are all protected, right? And then the first day I went there, I slept in the town, but I had to go up in the hills to meet the cooperative. And it rained in the morning. And they called me and they said, Maria, don't bother to come. There is no car that will come this side when it has rained. Even the bicycles, the boda-bodas, they will fail. They will slip and fall. So I had to give it a whole day for the sun to come up and the road to dry a bit, and then use a bike to go up there. But by the time I came back, these guys had built feeder roads. They are not so wide. They are maybe 7 to 8 meters wide, right? And those are the roads that they were using to transport their goods. Now the vehicles could come up. Before, they had to load their cabbages in sacks, carry them down. Now the vehicles could go up, pick up their produce, take it to the garden, and bring it back. And I was like, oh my goodness. A group of women who were 25 had done this in a span of 2 years. In a span of 2 years, imagine that. And the people in the cooperative were really happy about small things, like once we had them digitized, you give someone a core banking platform and it can do a million things. The bank is using it to do a million things. But what this person really wants is a text message every time they bank their money. Every time they transact, they save, and they receive a text message telling them, oh, your account has been credited with this much. To them, it was like magic. Like, I even get notifications whenever I bank my money. Wow. Someone getting a notification saying, happy birthday. Oh my goodness. It was like they will think of you as someone who remembered their birthday. They will not think like, oh, you set up an SMS campaign and it's just automatic. It does its own thing, right? They will be so grateful that they know when they transact, what is happening on their account, how much money is there. If they have a loan, they will be so happy that you reminded them that they have a loan. Now, all that to say, Fauzia and her cooperative were really great in doing all they did. But now imagine this same impact replicated, like catalyzed into a ripple effect elsewhere. Because Fauzia's cooperative was just in the East, but all these stories are everywhere in the world, not just in Africa, not just in Asia or India or what. They are everywhere. You find that simple access to a platform, to technology, and financial inclusion means access, being able to save, to get credit from a bank, to open up a bank account, right? But also coupled with empowerment, having the control, the confidence, the knowledge of how to use those digital tools. And this is what Kanzo Banking has been doing, including giving access and empowering, teaching people, giving the control back to them, giving them the access, giving them the confidence that they can actually use those tools to make changes in their societies. So, I want us to recognize that enabling women to participate fully in their economy can be outstanding. This small group of women transformed that whole village, yeah? Because these feeder roads are not used by just them. They are not used by they're used by everyone. Everyone who comes to the village uses them. They set up infrastructure from their small savings. Now, imagine the impact that Interledger could play in this kind of thing. Having a microloans infrastructure, or a microloans infrastructure set up on the Interledger protocol, whereby instant borderless microloans are disbursed instantly. Where you go on your phone, you apply, and you get it instantly. In Fauzia's case, it wasn't instant. The process for you to qualify for a loan would take around 3 days. But imagine this happening on the Interledger protocol, whereby borderless, cross-border, right? Every woman in Uganda, in Malawi, in Zambia would have control not only over the access, the kind of tools they want to access, but over the empowerment, the effects, the transformation they want to make, right? I think Interledger is the powerful vehicle that will do that. That will do that effectively, right? So, us at Kanzu Code, we are focused on inclusion. Our focus is to drive inclusion through technology, through empowerment, yeah, making sure that every last person at the grassroots levels, most technologies these days are good, but they exclude some people. So we do not want to exclude any people. We want to bring people in, and surprisingly, the kind of money these people move, you'll be surprised. There are so many other people like the fishermen in Kalangala who don't have any of this, but they are moving loads of money. The people in Lira, in northern Uganda, who have rooms in the market just to store sacks and sacks of money. And also, having these guys on the protocol would really boost international trade, because right now they don't even think it's possible that you can send money from one country to another. Or, that they cannot comprehend it, because to them, cash is the thing. Yeah, so that is what we are focusing on at Kanzu Code. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Maria, for sharing this inspiring story, and I'm very happy to see how a group of women leverage villages and improve the whole life of that ecosystem.
Thank you.
We are breaking now into lunch. I do see some tired faces, but we are coming back after. While we are enjoying the lunch, there are on table a few of open questions that we have for you, how you envision innovation, what does it mean to be an important thing for you, open payments. Do try to reply to them, and we are making an exhibition on the wall. And I'm not sure when we are coming back, as we are a bit delayed, but for sure you're gonna hear a bit of announcement in the main room. Enjoy your lunch and see you later. Can I have your attention, please? I'm just playing with the heels. I don't wear that often heels. I'm a tree engineer at heart. I'm there with a t-shirt and jeans in my outfit daily, but special occasion requires special shoes. Welcome. We should do a tap dance session. More creative sessions, yes. I hope you enjoyed the lunch. We are headed towards the end. Don't start crying, because I get emotional too. We still have 3 talks here in the room. As I mentioned yesterday, the best room. Don't tell the others. And we are continuing with this discussion on emerging market, empowering others. And while we learn from Kenya about the women empowerment, we are now learning more on the emerging economies. I'm losing my vocabulary, sorry. So yeah, more than happy to invite Philip to tell us more about it.
Hi, everybody. I'm just going to do, okay, you can hear me? Just going to see if I can see my screen here. Now I can't see you that well, but anyway, let's go. And then this is to move forwards and backwards, hey? Okay, perfect. Okay, great. Thank you, everybody, for attending. So, I'm going to quickly introduce myself. So my name is Philip Green. I was born in South Africa, but I grew up on a farm in Zambia, where my family still farm today, and where I live today. I have British and South African citizenship, but I identify as Zambian. I attended school here in Cape Town, boarding school. It may tell a little bit about my age, but we used to get USD traveler's checks in Zambia that I would then cash in here to use for spending money when I was at school, and even into university. I was lucky enough to study computer science at the University of Cape Town. Most students who graduated left for Microsoft or Mosaic. Mosaic was the builder of Postillion Systems, which is a switch. It was called Postillion at that stage. I think it then went to S1 and ACI. That still looks after many transactions in Africa today. I played a little bit too much rugby, so I did not manage to get into Mosaic, even though I wanted to. I still went into payments, though. Instead, I built instead building a payment gateway that I thought was for online shopping, but retrospectively I learned was used for the adult entertainment industry. Since then, I've worked in supporting switch operations in South Africa, trading technology in the UK, fish farming in Ghana, medical health and environmental consulting in Zambia. I tried to evangelize mobile money APIs at the GSMA, and then ran mobile money technology operations across Gambia, Sierra Leone, DRC, and Angola for AfriMoney, before finally joining the Mojaloop Foundation in Zambia. So, in summary, I understand some of the history of payments, the pain of liquidity, the reality on the ground in Africa, and to some degree the gray areas of what payments can be used for better or for worse. I've not intended, I guess, to have such a long introduction about myself, but I thought it important to share some of my background, I guess, following the ivory tower question put to Costa. I thought it a tough but good question, and because I think there's a risk for most of us here today that we may end up being in an ivory tower at some stage. And I think it's important to be humble, and it's important that we spend effort being as grounded as possible. I think the very authentic session on village banking and financial inclusion sort of highlighted this very well. For these sessions, we're quite focused on ILP and ILF's mission, ILP, and our projects around them. But a massive amount of work has been done before us and is being done alongside us around financial inclusion, which I believe is it's important to acknowledge and for us to give credit to. There's a saying in Zambia popularized by our late President Kenneth Kaunda, Tiende Pamozi, which is let us go together. We've seen many presentations yesterday and today discussing the need for financial inclusion, so I'm not going to cover that here. Today I'll try and show from a high level what Mojaloop is doing for payments and financial inclusion in Africa and how. I'll give a brief introduction to Mojaloop before discussing what we understand instant payments to be and how they differ from inclusive instant payments. I'll then go into what Mojaloop is doing to drive implementation of instant payments with some real-life examples. But unfortunately, in the words of Pedro, no Mexican-style demos, which were very good. Yeah. So, Mojaloop is a name that sort of means a few different things. What is Mojaloop? Going clockwise, we have the Mojaloop Foundation. The Mojaloop Foundation was formed to develop and promote open source software solutions that make digital financial services more accessible. The foundation's mission is to enable interoperable payments that connect people with formal financial systems, especially in emerging economies. By offering a platform that financial institutions of all sizes can use, from rural banks to major fintech companies, the foundation hopes to reduce and increase the ease of reaching unbanked populations. To this end, it promotes the Mojaloop platform, which is a reference implementation for an open source inclusive instant payments platform. The platform's key users would be central banks and national switch operators looking to increase financial inclusion in their respective countries with a low-cost platform that gives them sovereignty. Lastly, we have the Mojaloop community, which is made up of developers and organizations that contribute to the Mojaloop platform and cause. I've said very little about them, but the community is actually the single most important part of the system. So, today I guess, depending on who you've listened to, if you listen to Costa, like Costa showed, I guess a graph of instant payments, and so there are many instant payment systems in the world today. So I've shown a handful on this map, but there are over 60 worldwide, and there'll be more coming. So given there are so many, one might ask, did we need to build Mojaloop or drive for something like Mojaloop to be implemented? For me, the key answer to this question is differentiating between instant payments and inclusive instant payments. So when we look at instant payments, and some of these might be debated, but in level 1 principles from the Gates Foundation, or in sort of the way we see things at Mojaloop, for instant payments systems, we would like to see push-only payments. So whenever a payment goes out, the person who's in charge of the wallet needs to be the one sending it to somebody else. This reduces fraud. It needs to be irrevocable. So once I've sent that payment, I can't just quickly and sneakily pull it back. This again helps with fraud. We want payments to be interoperable. So obviously it needs to go from, maybe not obviously, but from one bank to another bank, from one bank to a wallet. We want the payments to be mobile focused. So many payment systems are bank first or card first, and this doesn't help in, I guess, emerging markets where we are more wallet focused, and that wallet tends to be accessed from the mobile phone, whether it's through a smartphone or whether it's through a feature phone. So I think feature phone is something that some people, I think I heard the reference dumb phone, but like we use feature phone as a non-smartphone. So that's a little bit about, I guess, instant payments. How do we make instant payments inclusive? So if we want them to be inclusive, we want the clearing to happen in less than a second. It's so important in terms of liquidity and just, I guess, user experience for sorry, I've just noticed something's missing in my slide, but that's okay. I guess for things to happen quickly. We want all financial service providers to be handled. So we don't just want banks. We want mobile money operators, we want microfinance institutions, we want community banks, all to be connected to the system. We want this to be done at very low cost. We want to have tiered KYC. It's really, really important in many countries. People may not have a national identity card. They might have to travel a really long way to get one. So you want to be able to allow people onto the system to transact in very low values before they are required to actually hand in some sort of ID. This for me is like a pain point when working, I guess, at a mobile money company. Not having any KYC or identifying customers is a real nightmare when it comes to fraud. But you really do need people to access the service with a low level of KYC in the beginning. We want to be able to, I guess, send low value. We want to settle the same day. We want to have multiple channels, so it can be online, it can be mobile. Within mobile, we want it to be either an app or USSD. We want alias routing, so we can use phone number, email address, national ID card to identify somebody. And we also want to have a lot of use cases. The more use cases we have, the more scale we have, the more we can reduce the cost of the centralized infrastructure. So if we add those two together, what we get is inclusive instant payments. So inclusive instant payments give us, they give us security, they give us lower cost, and they give us a really good user experience. So, I wanted now to take us to just a real life sort of walkthrough of what instant payments looks like in Zambia and what, I guess, where we've got to today and where we still need to go. And I just want to sort of précis this with, and this talks to like acknowledging what's been done already. Financial inclusion in Zambia is something that's improving day by day. We see what we call e-money transactions, but wallet transactions going through the roof. So much so that the national switch is having a problem maintaining infrastructure to support the volume of transactions. So there's a great deal of work that's been done. There's a great deal of work that's been done already. And our national switch, a lot of people, when they come, are quite surprised at what's happening. So if we look at the left here, I don't know where to look to tell people, whoops. But yeah, if you look at the left of the screen, can you see this? No. Can you see this? I can't. Okay. In some ways this is good because there's a little piece that's missing, but this is a screenshot of my phone, which clearly wasn't high enough definition. But in it, at the top, you've got a phone number. Below that, you've got a recipient name. We really like this. So Costa was talking about the name lookup. We have the name lookup there. We know where it's going. The next, the next line is the operator, which shows MTN. Red is for Airtel. So you can see I'm sending from Airtel to MTN. So really great that we've got cross network. You can send from one provider to another provider. This is key. The next line is amount. On my screen, I've got 100, but if you can just imagine that it's 5. And then again, what's missing here, but like below, what would be shown is the charges. The charges are 2 kwacha, 58 ngwe. Now, 2 kwacha, 58 ngwe to send 5 kwacha is quite a lot of money. That's over 50% of your transaction. The amount you're sending is on transaction cost. So, what else have we got there? So those are the key components. So on the face of it, apart from the fees, like everything looks good. We've got like a name lookup. We know how much we're going to be charged, and we can send to somebody on another platform. This is super positive. And so, like looking at looking what's been implemented in Zambia, 5 kwachas, it's equivalent to about, I guess, what is it like? I don't know, 40 cents. May have done the maths wrong there, but it's below $1. It's going to settle the same day. We have multiple channels. We also have tiered KYC. So if I actually bother to go and take my rental contract to Airtel, I'll be able to put quite a lot of cash in my account. Right now, I think you can put in around about $200. So in terms of where we sort of part of the way there, so in terms of clearing, depending on who you send money to, generally it'll clear in under a second. But when you send to MTN, because MTN has some network difficulties, that can take longer than a second. It can fail. All FSPs enabled, so financial service providers. Most financial service providers are actually onboarded in Zambia, but there are some smaller ones that aren't actually able to get on. So that's something that still needs to be worked out. Is it participant governed? Almost. All of the banks are represented, but mobile money operators and microfinance institutes are not. Is it very low cost? As we saw, 2 kwacha 58, well, actually, no, as I told you, 2 kwacha 58 is what the transaction charge was to send 5 kwacha. So when we look at that, if you break down that 2 kwacha 58, very simply, and I caveat this with very simply, 80 ngwe, so 0.8 kwacha, of that is the switching fee. So roughly a third of the transaction cost is going to the switch. That's pretty high. So that's something definitely that can come down. I have some questions about why that's so high. When I worked on a switch in Zambia 10 years ago, I sort of had pricing for a transaction at around about one US cents, whereas the current cost is about 3. So definitely it should be able to come down. I think Mojaloop can help with that. What hasn't yet been implemented, we don't have many use cases. And so we only have P2P, and so there's definitely a demand for merchant, I guess the merchant use case. And I think interestingly compared to Kenya, Kenya, you mentioned that there's a dominance of Safaricom, and banks are worried about how much market share Safaricom has taken. Zambia, there's an interesting perspective. You will hear people saying that, well, you will hear banks saying that they're worried about competition. But I've sat with banks where they've specifically asked me to make available interoperable merchant payments so that they can actually get market share and they can get money into their accounts from mobile money operators. So it's a really interesting space in Zambia. Banks really fought not to be interoperable with mobile money, but now that they are interoperable, they're asking for more interoperability. Right. So now I kind of wanted to just chat a little bit about how Mojaloop can, I guess, help us realize these inclusive instant payment goals and answer to some of the things that are missing in the Zambian example. But of course, there's many other examples across emerging markets where there are these gaps. So Mojaloop is entirely open source platform. This eliminates licensing fees and reduces overall software costs, and it enhances budget efficiency. I guess there are some big backers behind open source, behind Mojaloop. So we have like Interledger, we have Gates Foundation, and others. And so the interesting thing about this open sourceness is that we can practice a level of sharing togetherness, Ubuntu, in terms of if Zambia adopted Mojaloop and work was done in Rwanda that was sponsored by Gates Foundation, then that work can be used in Zambia and vice versa. There's also some interesting, I guess, some interesting ways that switches can be developed that is kind of unique from what we have now. So currently, if you want to add a new use case, you need to go to your provider, basically tell them exactly what they want. They'll come back with a quote. 6 months later, you may have what you want. With Mojaloop being entirely open source, you might have a situation where like an MFI, a bank, and a mobile money operator might actually collaborate within Rwanda or Zambia and say, you know what, like there's a use case here that we want to implement. They might actually decide to implement that use case with their own resources. And then basically this would, I guess, be done in consultation with the central switch, but then they can take it to the central switch and say, please can you now take this into the switch. So we have a robust transaction protocol. I'll speak a little bit about this later, but not in depth. But essentially, Mojaloop uses ILP and an account lookup, which we've seen with the name, which really reduces the failure rates. And so reducing failure rates reduces operational costs. And when I was talking about that 2 kwacha, 2 kwacha 58 charge, like 33% of that was the switching cost. There's another piece of that cost, which is just the cost that it basically costs a mobile money operator to actually turn cash into digital. And then there's the last piece, which is just like managing that transaction and managing any fallout from that transaction. And that can be really huge. So one of the operators that I've been talking to has like a fundamental and unscalable issue with the amount of transactions that are currently failing with the switch that they're connecting to. So this robust transaction protocol really helps to lower cost across the banks and the switch itself. There's affordable hardware utilization. So Mojaloop runs effectively. I think Roberto's team, or at least I think the Interledger team mentioned running Mojaloop on Raspberry Pi, which of course we don't recommend, but you can do it. But yeah, it runs on low-cost hardware, and it also doesn't need expensive software. So you don't need IBM AIX or anything like that. So it's a scalable cost model. Because of the way it's built, it's something that the ILF team mentioned also is that you can, as and when you need more hardware, you can buy more hardware. So just talking a little bit, I'm just going to gloss over this. I've got 6 minutes left. I got to rush. Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna gloss over this, but like we have a discovery phase. This is the account lookup where you try and find the name and the account and make sure that there's actually an account on the other side. Then we have the agreement phase where we're using ILP to get both parties to agree what the fees are going to be, how much money is going to move. And then that's basically, I guess, just signing in blood that you definitely committed to the transaction. And then you have the transfer phase where you actually move the money. And again, ILP is critical here in the transfer phase is that if both people don't actually confirm that everything's happened, then we just undo the transaction. Right. I glossed over that, but given that we're here at the Interledger Summit, it's a critical piece to Mojaloop and how we do things and how we make things stable. So here I just wanted to quickly show you some accelerators. If you're in Nairobi, you might have seen these use cases being presented, but this is just an example of how Mojaloop is sort of promotes innovation in a very practical way, and also talks about low cost. So we had 5 use cases that were implemented by accelerators. We have an accelerator program where we teach people about Mojaloop, and then they sort of do like a keystone project where they implement something Mojaloop related. So Probase just did standard person-to-person transactions from their banking portal using Mojaloop. Igenane Solutions did request-to-pay merchant transactions using a point-of-sale machine. IMASYS from Malawi, they did merchant payments using a QR code. And then Net1 did business-to-person disbursements. Spark Systems did government-to-person disbursements integrating with MOSIP. So these were all done in probably elapsed time, maybe 3 months, but actual working time about a month. So it just shows you how quickly you can develop things with Mojaloop. The other thing that I wanted to highlight here is that across Zambia and Malawi, you now have 5 companies that know how to work with Mojaloop. So you don't have to go outside. You don't have to go to India, Russia, Estonia, wherever, to go and get developers to do the work. You can do it locally. I personally get excited about that because it means we can develop a tech community within Zambia and promote our own sovereignty. So in terms of innovation, this is a little bit of a repeat, but we have an open source platform. I went into this a little bit. It allows you to, I guess, innovate quite a bit. You've got third-party integration. So again, the Roberto's discussion sort of highlighted the third-party payment integrators, which allows you to not only have banks and financial institutions touching the switch, but fintechs as well. Yes, and then I'm going to skip the third point. So just looking at the Mojaloop footprint, I should have updated this a little bit, but just to cover where we are. Of course, from Roberto's presentation, we saw I couldn't find the English logo online, but we've got the People's Clearinghouse, which is going to come online soon. In Rwanda, we're going to have eCash, hopefully coming online in November. Missing from here is Togo, which is also implementing Mojaloop. We've got CBC, the Comesa Business Council, doing an interregional Mojaloop installation. We also have TIPS from Tanzania, which is implemented already. We have WinePay in Myanmar, implemented already, and we have Higala in the Philippines on the way. We also have a proof of concept hopefully running soon in Zambia, and a few other countries which I'd love to mention, but I'm not allowed to. Yeah. So let's see, what else do I have here? Yeah, sorry, that's me. So, sorry, I had before I finish. Sorry, quickly got one. Just before I finish, I think like three key takeaways. Number one, instant payments and inclusive instant payments are not the same thing, and it may be a little bit subtle, but it is important. Number two, Mojaloop is a vehicle that can get you to inclusive instant payments. At the same time, just using Mojaloop's principles, or principles similar, can also get you to the same place. And then lastly, I would say, let's tiende pamoja. Let's walk together. Thank you. Oh, any questions?
I was looking there like,
It's
a few
running
seconds.
away. You got
for-
20 seconds.
Yeah, for one question, if there is one. Am I running somewhere, or we'll continue with, oh, yes, I'm not running that much. Thanks for saving.
Thank you for your presentation. You mentioned something about tips in Tanzania.
Yes.
Could you tell me a little bit more about how that's going, and what kind of payments are possible? Are they accepting cross-border payments with the last mile to mobile money? Is that the...
Interesting. Yes. So I'm not a tips expert. As far as I know, I only know that it's like P2P. Right. So the tips, I guess tips was finished. I don't know, probably like maybe up to 3 years ago. So it's an older implementation of Mojaloop, and what they do. Anybody implements Mojaloop because it's completely open source with no sort of lock-in of licensing. They have I guess, basically take it on their own path. So it's a little bit difficult for us to know exactly, I guess what's happening inside the box. But as I understand it, I think it would definitely be P2P, but I can't answer too more. I don't know if you know more, Julie.
So you have the banks, and the tips can process card payments, mobile money payments. And when we say peer-to-peer, actually, like, I happen to pay in Tanzania using TIMP in a shop. So it does merchant payment as well.
Okay, we're taking one more. Yes.
I just wanted to find out, have you engaged Safaricom in Kenya, and are they way ahead that you can't really do something with them, or is there a block somewhere? Because I just feel like we were the pioneers, but we're being neglected.
I can't speak directly to that question, but what I can say is that we do have activity in Kenya. We actually have 3 people employed in Kenya. So I think there have been conversations with Safaricom and other players, but unfortunately I can't speak to those conversations. But I think, it's interesting for Safaricom. I can't really see, having been to Kenya a few times, I can't really see why they would be interested in interoperability. But I think, I think there's a lot of opportunity there, and so hopefully, all I would say is that you aren't being neglected.
And we are here bridging people. This can be talked through even more here in person. So that's good to be all in the same place to be reachable.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody. Thanks.
And I was scared at some point that I saw 105 slides, but I realized it's the whole day slides, because I was like, okay, it will take us a bit of long. So for those in the audience that you see the numbers, we do have a run-up with all the presentations. We are not staying here forever. even if we do like that. So without further ado, let's move to the next presentation, which I'm happy to see one of the grantees of Interledger Foundation and one of the latest implementation that we have for money exchange between countries that we use in web monetization too. Ladies and gentlemen, Uki Beke from Chimani app.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. How are you doing? I know it's been a long day, and so we're going to keep this a little bit light. But before we start, I want to thank all of you for being here. I mean, I see the love and the support from the foundation and everyone in the community, so thank you for that. So, I love Cape Town, and last Wednesday, we went to the night market, and it was like a festival of great food and music. Highly recommend for everyone to check it out. And I'm so happy to be back to the Interledger Summit this year with lots of familiar faces, right? But this year, something is special. We have not just me, but also members of the Chimani team. So Phyllis from Kenya, Hamed and Fahid from Nigeria were able to make it this time around. Thankfully, there was no visa issues. So that was like a plus for us this year. So today, like I mentioned, we'll try something a little bit different. So instead of you just listening to me talk, we're going to all work together to try to create actual production Interledger payment pointers. And we're going to do real live payments on the Interledger network right now. So it's going to be like a hands-on demo. So are we ready for that? Yes. Okay, let's go for it. So first, it's 3 steps. The first step is you download the Chimani app, you pick a partner, and then you scan to transfer money. So as part of the first step, please scan the QR code on the screen, or if you prefer, you can use the link. So this QR code, what it does is that it gives you access to download the Chimani app, and it automatically approves your account to start transacting in production. Also, we've loaded this QR code with $10 in wallet credit, also $5 Canadian in wallet credit, and 1,000 Nigerian naira in wallet credit. And these are real money that you can actually spend and transfer between one another. So I'm going to give you, everyone, 30 minutes to download the app. So on scanning the link, you'll be prompted to download the Chimani app. And on the app, you can log in with Google, with Apple, or with your email. And like I mentioned, your account is going to automatically be approved with some limits, where bypassing KYC for 7 days. And you'll be able to transact in 3 currencies, US dollars, Canadian dollars, and Nigerian naira. And there's some wallet credit that is loaded already. So we're going to leave the QR code on screen throughout my talk. But just to confirm, has anyone been able to download the app? Okay, so we see a few people downloading it. Awesome. So I'm going to give folks some time to download. So what we're going to do here today after the download is that we would all send money to each other from the wallet balance that we just provided. We'll also be able to donate to some non-for-profit, which we've onboarded onto the Chimani platform. So we have a list of all of them. You can just scan their QR code and pay them. So by show of hands, who have been able to get the app? Okay, so I see. Awesome. Okay, so through the process. Okay, so maybe 20 more seconds, and then we can move forward. And also, the QR code is going to be on screen throughout my talk, so if you missed it, you can feel free to still download it later. Okay, so moving on. You done? Okay, awesome. So moving on, please pick a partner. So someone sitting beside you or someone sitting behind you. So what we're going to do is that you would send a P2P transfer to your partner. For now, one of the partners would be the sender, the other partner would be the receiver. So pick a partner beside you, or if you don't have someone beside you, you can pick someone behind you or someone in front of you. Can I see, like, by show of hands, the senders? So who is the sender in the pair? Okay, so I see a few senders. So I see some people just joined. What we just did was that we scanned the QR code on the screen to download the ChiMoney app. So what the QR code does is that it prompts you to download the app, and it automatically approves your account, and it gives you wallet credit. So 10 US dollars, 5 Canadian dollars, and 1,000 Nigerian naira of free money on the app. Okay, so by show of hands, the senders, can I see like the senders in the group or in the pair? Okay, so we see one there. And can we see the receivers? Who is going to be receiving the money? Okay. So I can see we're still going through it. So it looks like it's taking longer. So I'm going to pause and slow down for a bit. Okay. So let's move on to the next step. I'm assuming that we all have a partner that is sitting beside you or one that is sitting behind you, right? So what we're going to do next is that we'll send a real payment to our partner. So the sender, the receiver, could you click Get Paid? Click the Get Paid button on your app. So when you click the Get Paid button on your app, you would see a QR code. And the receiver, please scan that QR code. So the receiver should also click the Get Paid and click the scan payment code button. So when you click the scan payment code button, it should start a transaction process which pre-fills your transaction flow with the payment pointer of the receiver. Who has been able to do that? Has anyone been able to scan the QR code yet? Okay, no one. So, but can I see, maybe by show of hands, who has the app? Could you confirm that you have 3 wallets on the app? So the US dollar balance should be $10. The Canadian dollar balance should be 5. Oh, yours is 0? Okay. Do you want to scan the code again? Yeah, so even if you've downloaded the app, please scan the code again. So it should take you back to open the app, and then it should fund you. It will fund your account. So if you don't have the credit, please scan the QR code again. Sorry? No, you don't have to verify. So if you scan the QR code, we bypass verification. So you don't have to verify. If it's asking you for verification, then you didn't get a QR code right. So if you need to stand up, feel free to stand up to scan. Yeah, the download one, please. Yeah. So let's scan the download QR code. So if it's asking you to complete verification, then we didn't go through the process right. So we can try again by scanning the QR code. This should bypass verification, and also this will give you the wallet credit. Okay, to reconfirm, oh, it's funded. Okay, so Tawanda is funded. So if you didn't get the credit, please scan again. Just like Tawanda, you get the credit when you scan again. Okay, so if you can't do it. Okay. Yeah, scan this one, let's see. Okay, so now let's move to the next stage so we can finish because we're running out of time. And for those that didn't get the credit, I'm going to follow up with you later and we'll send it. How does that sound? Okay, so moving on. Let's now... Which one? Oh, yeah. So, a moment. Yeah, I'll explain that. Okay, so the next stage is we want to have partners. So if one of the persons in the group should be the sender, the other person should be the receiver. So pick a partner beside you or a partner behind or in front of you. And please, the sender should click on Get Paid and present the QR code to the receiver. So the receiver, click on Get Paid and also click Scan Payment Code. That opens the in-app camera, which you can use to scan the QR code. So once you've done that, what happens is that it starts the payment flow. Oh, no. Okay, thank you. Okay, so who has been able to start the payment flow? Has anyone started the payment flow? Has anyone started the payment flow yet? So you've started the payment flow. Has anyone started the payment flow? Like, have you scanned the QR code to, like... Okay. I'm going to start. Why don't we pause for a bit and start again? How about that? So let's pause for a bit and start. Okay, awesome. So for those who haven't gotten like the wallet credit, what's going to happen is that after this talk, I'm going to follow up personally and send the wallet credit. But for those who have it, please click the Get Paid button on your phone. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it works, yeah.
When you went there.
Where? There, okay. So yeah, for those who are having problems, you can either go close to scan the QR code. You can stand up and get it. Yeah. Oh, the screen here.
Yeah, that screen is working on.
Okay, so if you're struggling, please scan the screen. Yeah, sorry, we didn't account for that. Okay, so let's spend the next 30 seconds to do that, please. Oh, seriously, they are getting it? Okay, that's good. Okay, awesome. So let's move on now. Everyone has the wallet credit, right? So please pick a partner and scan their QR code. Once you've done that, please send them up to $3. So these $3 will be sent to their Interledger payment pointer, and we're going to use the balance for the next stage of the demo. How does that sound? Okay, so moving on, we see that some people have completed the flow. Like, we've done transfers between each other, and that's like the P2P transfer flow. And this is like real Interledger payments that have been done in production. And the thing about Money is that the funds you have in your wallet, you can cash it out to a bank account in over 100 countries. And how you do that is, if you click on the transfer button on your phone and send that payment to your email, you can actually, you get a payment notification, and then you can cash your payment out to a bank account. So let's now move on to a different part of this demo, which is donating to a non-for-profit. So we've gone ahead to build an experience by curating a list of different non-for-profit or charitable organizations. We issued them payment pointers, and you can actually scan any of these payment pointers, and it takes you to a page to send them a donation from the wallet balance that you have. You can also go to tryopengiving.com and pick additional non-for-profits. All of these non-for-profits are onboarded to Chi Money, and they all have payment pointers to receive payments via Interledger. Okay, so how this works is that after you scan the QR code, it's also in the bottom of the screen if you missed it. So that's the second QR code there. After you scan the QR code, it goes, pick a non-for-profit, enter the amount you want to give them. It could be $5 or however you want to give them based on how much you have in your wallet balance. And enter your email. Once you've entered your email, please click pay with Interledger.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, please.
It keeps switching. I'm trying to pay and send in Naira, is it called? And every single time it switches it to US dollars. So I was trying to send 500 Naira, and it keeps switching to 500 US dollars.
Okay, so for the Interledger payments, you can only send US dollars for now.
Okay, so that's the problem. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, yeah, go ahead. So, but we're going to fix the UX for that. Thanks for sharing that.
The app is, sorry, the app is really great.
Thank you.
There are maybe some things that I would add or remove, but little things, you know, always for the use case, but that's irrelevant. My point is, it took quite some time for her to get the money. And I've been playing a lot with the I mean, transferring in with payment pointers, so, and Rafiki and ILPs. So I know it's very quick. Is it because you're using the send mechanism, so it's waiting 30 seconds for the payment to expire, or what's going on? Why does it take long to appear in her wallet?
So there are a couple of processes that we go through. We first initiate the payment on like the Chi-money stack, and then we have the payout mechanism as a payment pointer. And once we receive the outgoing or incoming payment request, we settle to that payment pointer. So it's like a two-step process in addition to what the Chi-money existing payment flow already is.
Okay.
So that's why it might take longer. Okay, well, super quick, okay. Okay. Okay, so it was fast, yeah. So probably connection. Okay, awesome. Thank you for saying that. Okay, so something to note is that everyone bypassed the KYC, right? We didn't really ask you to complete KYC or onboarding. So your verification is valid for 7 days. After that, you'll be prompted to complete KYC. At the moment, the limit is $250 per week in transaction for the bypassed KYC that we have. We're committed to approving everyone at the summit, depending on the country you're from. And we're committed to approving it. So once you are prompted to complete KYC, please do, and then we're going to review it and have the account approved to a higher tier.
So if there's people here, and this is what your screen is, I was going to say, if there are people at the summit that you want to help get onboarded and they weren't in the session, this is what this screen is for?
Yeah, so I'm going to invite Phyllis actually to talk about it. Phyllis, please. So Phyllis is our head of developer relations at Chi-money.
Thank you for having me, Uchi. So I'm going to take you through the process of adding Interledger support to your app for the teams that have, for the startups or companies that have developer teams and want to integrate Interledger support through the Chi-money API to their applications. Sorry. Okay, so when a user first signs up on the Chi-money app, what we do is create multi-currency wallets for them. And how we do this is through the multi-currency wallet creation endpoint. And these wallets, as you have seen on the apps, allow you as users to hold and manage balances in CAD, USD, and NGN. The next step we do is create a payment pointer for all of the users. And how we do this is using the create a payment pointer endpoint. And something to note is that the payment pointer is tied to the user ID that's created during the multi-currency wallet creation process. And the next step is initiating an ILP transfer to a user. So the process that Uchi was demonstrating, which is sending a payment to someone else, was powered by this endpoint. And how this endpoint works is that when the sender clicked pay now, a transfer request was triggered with a payload containing both the receiver and sender IDs, the amount to be transferred, and send via Interledger enabled. And I think that's the process he was asking about. So once that was done, the payment was routed securely over the Interledger network. And then the final process, which is the confirmed transfer, which is the process where Chimani sends webhook notifications to both parties, notifying the sender that the wallet has been credited and the receiver that the wallet has been debited. Thank you so much, and over to you, Uchi.
So Phyllis spent a lot of time working on this flow and putting the code together. So kudos to Phyllis. Okay. So in conclusion, Interledger is powerful, and Interledger and Chimani unlock a lot of use cases. So in production today, we already have Chimani's infrastructure powering real products and services. So for example, Goodwall, who is based in Geneva, is using Chimani to power their payments to their microtaskers across several jurisdictions, to India, to Nigeria, to Peru, and things like that. All of the payouts are powered by Chimani. We also have a PayFi in Canada who uses Chimani's collections and disbursement API to enable tenants to pay rents to landlords and build credit history in the process. So the collections process and the disbursement process, again, is powered by Chimani's API. And then we have REPL also. REPL is based in the US and Canada. They enable people to send cross-border payments. That process is powered by Chimani also. So we enable them to collect payments in Canada and then pay it out to Nigeria with Chimani's infrastructure. And then finally, Fimbos, which most of us know, uses Chimani to onboard Canadian users. So with our multi-currency wallet infrastructure, they are able to onboard Canadian users and allow them to fund their account, their Interledger payment pointers from a Canadian bank account or powered by Chimani. So what are the future plans? We have Rafiki running now. We have payment pointers. We have a B2C app, which everyone can use. The next step is we want to pair with other licensed entities. And for next year is going to be huge for us because we're shifting gears from product development to really marketing and promotion. So we want to build a sustainable business that can live beyond the current Chimani team. And to do that, we're going to be raising funds to really invest in marketing and growing user adoption. So if you want to connect with us, please feel free to scan the QR code on the screen to connect directly with me. Or if you want to book a meeting with the entire team, you can scan the second QR code. That will give you an opportunity to see how Chimani's API works. We can do like a breakdown of the entire Chimani app, what API powers what, how you can view something, a similar solution and things like that. Thank you so much for listening, and yeah, I'll see you outside. This one. Oh, before all these steps, okay.
There is also the recording if you need.
Oh, this one? Yeah, that will do it. Okay, awesome. Okay, awesome, yeah. Thanks,
That's
everyone.
Welcome. Thank you so much, Uchi.
Thanks.
So, Erika, for everyone in the audience, this is recorded and is live. It's accessible on the YouTube, so you can send the whole talk marked. So it's good to take pictures, but it's also available online, so don't worry. Nothing gets lost, especially now that it was probably the most interactive talk that we had right now. Thanks, everyone, for contributing. I didn't manage to keep up with all the steps, but I'll be sure to send you my link later to test to send me money too. Yes, please. Literally this is the second team of